All right, we are ready to get started. Today is Tuesday, June 11th, 2024. Welcome to the City Council's work session. First off, we have call to order, and I'm giving notice to the members of the City Council and the general public that at this work session, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for discussion and consultation with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Eslin.
Here.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here. Vice Mayor, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, ma'am. Please stand.
The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you, Mayor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by Native descendants, border mountains sacred to the indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. All right, next up is open call to the public. This enables the public to address the council about an item that is not on tonight's prepared agenda. Comments related to items that are on the agenda will be taken at the time that that item is discussed. Open call to the public appears on the agenda twice, at the beginning and at the end. The total time allotted for the first open call to the public, which is this one, is 30 minutes, and any additional comments will be held until the second open call to the public. You'll need to fill out a comment card. There's a 3-minute limit, and there's a time clock right here. And during open call to the public, the council can't address you, answer questions, ask you questions. So, with that said, Ralph Hernandez.
Good afternoon. I am a summer resident at Kit Carson RV Park here in Flagstaff, Arizona, and currently on a 1-year lease through April 2025. On May 29th, the owner of the Kit Carson RV Park issued a letter notifying all residents to remove their mobile home and park model homes from the RV park by 31 October due to redevelopment of the park, and stated that formal projects for the redevelopment were opened with APS and the City of Flagstaff. We have found that there has only been a pre-application meeting with the City of Flagstaff for this redevelopment. We are raising this issue with the City Council to help bring attention to the matter and potentially prevent unjust evictions based on premature or unapproved redevelopment plans. The Arizona Recreational Vehicle Long-Term Rental Space Act governs the rights and obligations of both RV park owners and tenants who rent spaces on a long-term basis. If the RV park owner is claiming that an eviction is necessary due to redevelopment, but the redevelopment project is only in the planning stages and has not received final approval from the City of Flagstaff, this could be seen as an insufficient or invalid reason for eviction under the Act. This claim might be equivalent to evicting tenants without cause, which could be legally questionable. Tenants covered under the Act are entitled to certain protections and must be given proper notice and legitimate reasons for eviction. If the redevelopment project has not been finalized or approved, tenants may have grounds to challenge the eviction. This is not new to cities in Arizona. In March 2023, the City of Phoenix City Council was looking to rescue 3 mobile home parks and the residents living there who were facing eviction due to redevelopment. Once the city got wind of the trouble, they came up with a four-part plan. a temporary stop on redeveloping the mobile home parks, adding a new zoning overlay to create stricter standards, using the $2.5 million fund for displaced residents from the Federal American Rescue Plan, study the overall mobile home park inventory within the city. We present these concerns to the Flagstaff City Council to seek clarification and your intervention regarding the legitimacy of this eviction under the pre-application meeting for a proposed redevelopment action, which the City of Flagstaff has not yet approved. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Eileen Robinson.
I'm also a resident of Kit Carson. There are actually 7 other residents of Kit Carson here today with me, and we just want to add a little bit more to the situation. Kit Carson has about 250 spaces for trailers. Most of them are travel trailers, but about 35 are park models, which are actually kind of manufactured homes that are really supposed to remain in one space or one position or location for 99.9% of the time. So they're basically about 30 to 40 feet long. Ours and many others have a 30-foot deck, wooden deck. We have a 8x8 or 10x10 foot shed on the lot. And many of those trailers have been in place in that same position, same lot, same park for 20 to 30 years. Their value is anywhere from like $20,000 to $30,000. We've been told that, we have to move these off the property, and the cost is prohibitive. We've done some checking. I mean, one resident was given a quote of $33,000, and that was only to move it 15 miles. I mean, we're just in a bad position here, and so I understand that if we can move them to within a 100-mile radius, we could possibly get some refund of our costs from the state fund, but we can't find a park that's within 100 miles that will take our trailers. First of all, a lot of them don't have enough space to take us. We don't even know where to take them. Or they don't want to take our trailers because they're, 20, 30 years old. Even Kit Carson now has a rule where they only want to take them if they're less than 10 years old. So, we're good. We're all good customers. We beautify our places. We repair them. We keep them up. We are the summer. The park models are usually mostly summer residents, and we are pretty much the social fabric of the park. We are mostly volunteers. Most of the volunteers are the park model residents, and we're a vulnerable population. We're seniors. We are veterans, disabled, widows, and fixed income. So that makes it really tough. So we're just overwhelmed with with this shocking news. And excuse me, of course it's very personal to me, so I'm a little shaky. But we're suffering. We're going to suffer financial losses here, great financial, emotional losses here. So we appreciate any help we could get. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Leslie Rudders.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and to express our concerns. We all agree that the park needs upgrading. It's an old park and it does need upgrading, just not this way. So we are putting together some ideas. What do we want to happen? What do we wish to happen? Ideally, during this reconstruction, we wouldn't be here if it would be the winter they could trench around us rather than kicking us all out. For us to all move out, they're losing their best customers. We lose our decks, we lose our sheds. It's a financial drain on us. They could, I believe, move the park models to space and lots on the premises because they do have space. I did a little inventory. We'd like them to slow it down so that this move doesn't occur after October 31st, which is coming on the winter. They could possibly buy us out of our units. We're asking for transparency and consideration. We're the good customers. We come back every year. Some of them have been coming for 20, 30 years every summer. And we would like to ask if we could possibly have the city provide us a liaison or a tenant advocate to help us with these concerns and to guide and help us with documents and the logistics of what's been put upon us. Thank you.
Thank you. Nadine Hart.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. Today I'd like to speak in regards to information that has come to light regarding the Housing Authority and Clark Homes, Seiler, Brennan. Those places are becoming like third world countries where there's trash everywhere. It's brought to the attention of the leaders that be. The houses are being destroyed. There's multiple people living in each unit, and this is reported regularly to people as you can't vet somebody you don't know. So if somebody's having someone live next door long term, do we know if they're a sexual predator and they should be around children? Do we know about their particular background as far as criminal activities? And it's been really frustrating because as people have told me, they do complain, maintenance isn't done, everything is just sort of building up. There's cars sitting there for excessive amounts of time. And every time I look, the people in charge are doing cool things like going to Los Angeles while the house is burning and taking the firefighters with them, leaving the kids to put it out with water guns. It's pretty ridiculous. So as a voucher holder, I wonder why people in our community no longer rent to people like me. It's because other people before me are allowed to behave this way continuously. When you sit on a housing committee meeting, they will tell you over and over, we do not allow this, we do not tolerate this, but yet it occurs. And what gets me is with an increase in people waiting for vouchers that will take care of this property, they're left, while the other people just destroy things. And the thing that gets me too is we have JoJo's house. We have all these people in transition waiting to take care of these properties. As a city of Flagstaff, you are in charge of making sure the people you have put in place, the people at the top, are doing their jobs, not sitting there and getting pictures with the governor, not going to nonprofit charities. They should be in the trenches picking up trash with everybody else. So I just wanted to share that with you today because it is pretty infuriating to hear these kind of stories and that children are getting beat next door and the housing authority doesn't take these claims serious, and it's just ridiculous. So I can see why things don't work for people like me, but it's not fair to other hardworking citizens who want to go to work and come home peacefully and live somewhere nice. If you don't believe me, go to Seiler Homes. Look at the filth. Look at the kids running around barefoot and unattended. So just with that, thank you for listening today.
Thank you. That was our last public comment. So next up, we have a proclamation for Pride Month. If our Pride friends can join us down here, and council, if you join me down at the end of the dais. take a photo after this, and then you can say a few words. All right, we got some 8-point font here. All right. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to enhance, embrace, respect, and celebrate diversity, especially in the lives of our lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and/or questioning intersex, asexual, two-spirit, and the countless affirmative ways in which people choose to self-identify. LGBTQIA2S+ community as we reflect on the progress Flagstaff has made in the fight for equality, inclusion, and justice at our community and abroad. The City of Flagstaff has fought and will continue to fight to make the possibilities of the LGBTQIA2S+ community real for every resident and increase the visibility, awareness, dignity, and equality, making institutions safer for the community and promote the welfare of LGBTQIA2S+ people. At present, there are several anti-LGBTQIA2S+ legislation that has been introduced and passed in states across the country, targeting transgender children and their parents and interfering with their access to health care. Members of this community, especially people of color and transgender people, continue to face discrimination and undermining efforts at protecting their human rights. These unacceptable attacks have left countless LGBTQIA2S+ families in deep fear and pain, which compounded difficulty of the youth, of whom seriously considered attempting suicide within the last year. The City of Flagstaff understands that the rights of LGBTQIA2S+ Americans are under persistent attack. This is a devastating reality that our community, state, and nation should work urgently to address. Every June, our nation unites to observe Pride Month with the raising of the rainbow flag to honor the history of the LGBTQIA2S+ liberation movement and to support the rights of all United States residents and citizens, and to eliminate homophobia, fostering equality and freedom from discrimination. The City of Flagstaff takes pride in identifying that human, civil, and equal rights nurture a stronger community foundation, leading to an inclusive community to be enjoyed by all, while promoting an atmosphere that is welcoming, accepting, and respectful to the LGBTQIA2S+ people. The City of Flagstaff acknowledges the need for public education and awareness that is vital to finally end discrimination and prejudice, and celebrating Pride Month should foster awareness and engaging in dialogue to strengthen advocacy for the Flagstaff community, building acceptance and improving equal rights. As we continue to collaborate in making Flagstaff a community inclusive of its lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and/or questioning intersex, asexual, two-spirit, and the countless affirmative ways in which people choose to self-identify, the City of Flagstaff, Commission on Diversity Awareness, and the Northern Arizona Pride Association recommend the designation of June 2024 as Pride Month. Now, therefore, I, Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, do hereby proclaim June 2024 as Pride Month in the City of Flagstaff in recognition and celebrating, embracing compassion, and fostering acceptance for the LGBTQIA2S+ community, and in unison celebrate with a Pride Parade and Pride in the Pines Festival and other local and statewide observancies.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a heartfelt thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Flagstaff City Council for recognizing June as Pride Month. This proclamation is a symbol of inclusivity and acceptance for our LGBTQIA2S+ community. It signifies the Flagstaff values diversity and celebrates the vibrant tapestries of identity that makes our town so special. Pride Month is a time to celebrate our history, our achievements, and our ongoing fight for equality. It's also a chance to educate our allies and foster more compassionate community. We invite everyone in Flagstaff to join our 2nd annual Pride Parade and the 28th annual Pride in the Pines, Saturday, June 15th. Come celebrate love, self-expression, and the beauty of being iconically you. Thank you.
All right, moving to item number 6, review a draft agenda for the June 18th, 2024 City Council meeting. Any comments or concerns? Councilmember House.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to be here next week for the meeting, but I would encourage and urge the council to consider preparing and presenting a proclamation for Juneteenth, because that will be the next day. So, thank you.
Thank you. And is the Commission on Diversity Awareness, are they prepared to present one?
I don't know if they have prepared one. It wasn't on their agenda last month, and they're not going to be meeting until after this upcoming week. So I can check in with them to see if they have something prepared. Otherwise, we also have past years.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. Anyone else? All right, we're moving down to City Manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Apologies up front because this report's pretty lengthy, 17 pages by my count. Very sorry about that. There's a lot of pictures, and the good news is Council will have a recess here soon, so we're kind of packing these agendas as is typically the case, and I think my report is a little bit reflective of that. Appended to my report are 3 newsletters, 3 updates, and we'll have leaders from those respective divisions speak after my report, and I think in order we'll have pros will kick it off, and then we'll hear from housing, and then we will hear from human resources and risk management. There are a couple of instances within the report, and I want to walk through it as quickly as I can, but where I'd like to pause and elaborate upon the topic at hand. I start with a couple of introductions of new leaders to the organization and to the community. Corey Vogt is officially now a new member of our leadership team. She will be heading up the Human Resources and Risk Management team. She will join us on June 24th. Of course, there will be a in-person introduction when that happens. She comes to the city after a very intensive recruitment process. I want to thank the many, many people who were involved in that. I want to share with you that she's quite excited to be here. She's currently in the Flagstaff area. I think she hails from Montana, and you'll get to know her. We all are looking forward to her leadership and her arrival here in the Flagstaff community. Sooner than that, we are greeting, in fact, I believe today is his 2nd day, our new police chief. Sean Connolly comes to us from Phoenix. Some of you were involved in the interview process that led to his offer and acceptance. I want to thank you for that. It was a very well-vetted and very inclusive interview process involving several panels. And so from all of that, we now have Sean Connolly, who was serving as the Executive Assistant Police Chief for Phoenix PD, now heading up our police department. He is going through the onboarding and orientation program. He was present at an employee function this afternoon, and great to have him, and you'll be hearing more from him, but I just wanted to make note that he has now joined the organization. There, of course, is going to be a little overlap between him and police musclemen. We're appreciative for that overlap. It allows for a smoother transition. Coming from all of this with a couple of new leaders, which brings to full slate our leadership team, we are tweaking our division reporting structure a little bit. There is a graphic in my manager's report. Thank you to Heidi Derryberry for this with the finance team. You'll see this same graphic in the soon-to-be-released city budget book. But you have it in front of you now, and it depicts what I'm about to make mention of. Deputy City Manager Joanne Keene is taking on one more division, that being sustainability. So she will have 5 direct reports, 4 that she currently has, plus the new addition of sustainability. Senior Deputy City Manager Shannon Anderson will continue to oversee the divisions that are depicted: water services, public works, police, fire, and pros. And then the city manager, myself, I will be overseeing or working collectively with the 2 deputy city managers, of course, and then overseeing 3 other divisions: human resources and risk management, communication, and civic engagement, where I can keep a careful watch on Stacy Salzberg, and then economic vitality. So there you have it. That's the breakout of the reporting structure. I think it's going to work quite well. Moving on, made brief mention here of the Bravo fire, which started out on a pretty scary note and then quickly went away. I think there was a lot of work between the start and the finish, and we have expressed internally our great appreciation to the many people involved in getting that fire under control so quickly. The city did have some involvement, but it was an interagency affair. I'm sure many people to think. I'm just going to go as far as to say we appreciate it, and the community appreciates it. And kind of a quick start to our fire season, I guess, to see smoke in the air when that did occur, but now it's past tense, and I think that's great news for all of us. There is a bit of an airport update here, and while I'm going through this, I might ask if I'm going to ask Claire with our airport team to come down and offer a couple of narrative comments regarding an effort that is currently underway at the airport to solicit a second or third, but certainly additional airline services. There's been a lot of work there. I don't want to speak for the team other than to express our great appreciation. We do have a little bit of a video, and are you ready to roll with this thing?
I am.
Thank you, Claire.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Claire Harper, Airport Communications Manager. Recently, Airport Director Brian Gall and I attended Jumpstart, an airline attraction conference. Prior to the conference, we rank airlines that we're interested in, and if they're interested in us, then a meeting is scheduled. This year, we met with twice as many airlines as we have in the past. We met with 6 airlines: Alaska, American, Breeze, Delta, Southwest, and United. And we opened our meetings with the airlines with a short 2-minute video that I'm going to share with you. And the purpose behind it was to showcase everything we have to offer. So after the video, I'll provide a brief update of how our meetings went.
We're Flagstaff Pulliam Airport, and we're ready to take flight and welcome new service. Situated high at 7,000 feet amidst a towering ponderosa pine forest, Flagstaff serves as the launching pad to legendary destinations like the Grand Canyon, Sedona, and 7 other national parks and monuments. Currently, we offer service to Phoenix Sky Harbor and Dallas-Fort Worth on American Airlines. But our runway's always open for more action. Currently, we're seeing a bit of turbulence with a leakage rate of 78% to Phoenix. We know we have untapped potential. Can you help us soar to new heights? Flagstaff isn't just a pretty face with 4 seasons, 265 days of sunshine, and an average annual snowfall of 100 inches. Our community is buzzing with 5.5 million annual visitors and a bustling business scene. Our economic sectors include manufacturing, bioscience, astronomy, digital, healthcare, education, and tourism, with all our employers looking to get to their destinations faster. Time is money. We've got all the essentials ready to roll out new service. ARF, Index B coverage, freshly renovated space, and even a new parking lot, all prepped and primed. Our runway got a facelift recently, and our terminal's looking sleek with fresh paint and swanky new doors. If our 5.5 million visitors weren't enough, we are home to Northern Arizona University, where over 25,000 students and their families are in dire need of new routes. And to seal the deal, we've got incentives that include waived airport fees and ongoing marketing funds to ensure your service takes off and is a soaring success. Come partner with us and help unlock Flagstaff's full potential. We'll make sure your planes are packed year-round, as we are a destination for all seasons. Flagstaff, Arizona, where you can visit, discover, and grow.
Thank you for that. So during the conference and our meeting with American Airlines...
How to open your car door while submerged underwater. A fatal construction flaw in all recent...
I have more important updates. So during our meeting with American Airlines, they shared the exciting news that they will be adding seasonal service to LAX, and it's time to accommodate tourists from Australia, and the arrival aligns with the arrival of the Qantas flight to LAX. And additionally, American Airlines plans to add 1 or 2 Dallas-Fort Worth flights in the fall, so there'll be more service to Dallas-Fort Worth. United expressed that they regret leaving Flagstaff, and it's a decision they would like to undo. They are considering resuming service in summer 2025. And the other airlines we met with showed interest in destinations including Salt Lake City, Denver, and Southern California. And we will continue our conversations with all these airlines and are confident that we will be able to secure a second airline and more service soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Claire. That was great. Moving on, Council, some updates regarding housing, and you'll be hearing more about what's going on there in a short while. But we did have a very nice event on Friday out near Timber Sky, cutting the ribbon on a new project with affordable housing through Habitat for Humanity and many other partners. Thank you for all who attended. Another thing I want to comment on briefly, and we'll take a pause on this one as well. I might invite Joanne to help tag team on this as we talk about the Mary Jo Jenkins Leader of the Year. I'm going to back up and note that we do so much in this organization with respect to employee recognition, and it's ongoing, and it's something that, frankly, we love to do, and it's also something that is well received by our many, many employees. We had such an event today where we surprised an individual who was the recipient of this award. This happens once a year. We now call it the Leader of the Year Award, and before I turn it over, I do want to note in the text of my report here, you will see a list of all the recipients of this award. It goes back to 2009, and it's a pretty impressive list. I'm sure you would agree with me on that. Joanne, would you like to take it from here?
Sure. Well, Mayor, Council, I would just like to add that the values that we look for in this individual, also in the city manager's report, but I just would like to repeat them: integrity, professionalism, dedication, accountability, problem solving, ethics, and empowerment. And I'm pretty sure this person we selected could also get you out of a vehicle that's submerging in water as well. He is that skilled. But we were thrilled today to present the Mary Jo Jenkins Leader of the Year Award to Trevor Henry today. And Trevor's here. I'll have him walk over, but I just want to give some background on Trevor. Trevor's been with the city for 25 years this fall. He started as an engineering project manager, was promoted to a project manager 2, then a project manager senior lead. And I joked this morning that I think all of those positions are currently open right now in his area. And he was promoted to capital improvements engineer in May of 2022. He's been involved in overseeing major capital projects, a long list: Rio de Flag, the 419 funded projects, Lone Tree Overpass, Beulah University, just to name a few. And I think you all know, as a side note, if you ask Trevor about any of these projects, he doesn't miss a detail. He just knows everything that's happening in his area. He's also been integral in the team that put together the $19 million RAISE grant application for the Butler and 4th Street Improvements project. We haven't received word on that, but just a big lift that we'll be able to use for another opportunity if we're not funded. But more importantly, Trevor regularly volunteers to take work off of his team. He's always willing to jump in when needed to help his staff, and he always puts the health of his team first, and you hear him say that over and over again. He's incredibly steady and calm, and that's his leadership style, and I think you probably see that. You rarely see him flustered, and he's kind and unassuming. You hear that regularly about Trevor. He's shown excellent leadership during a time when capital improvements was without a leader, and has gone through significant staff shortages, and he's repeatedly stepped into a leadership role. He's the guy who gets to the office first and is often the last to leave, and he's the one who values not only family in the workplace, but also family in his home life, and you'll hear him talk about his family quite a bit, and his wonderful wife and son were actually, it was a surprise to have them today. Actually, Trevor didn't even notice his wife was in the room, which I was really surprised by that, but we'll talk about that later. But more importantly, I think you remember at the budget retreat when we were telling stories, and Trevor told that great story when he was up before council and a council member asked if he was new to the city. And his response was, "No, I've been here 17 years. But handled it so well. This was what Trevor was provided today by our city manager as a gift, a new guy hat. So he's known as the new guy. But I just want to recognize Trevor and just give him an opportunity just to say a couple of words.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Joanne, for the kind words. I'm happy and thrilled to be a recipient of this award. I'm honored, but it's not mine alone. It's for everybody that I work with, my peers, my coworkers, leadership, and ultimately council, because I work by your guidance and direction. So thank you for all of that. Those 7 traits are something I try to instill in how I work and how I effectively mentor and manage those that are come to see me. And I'm just really excited to be part of that. If you look at that past recipients, all of them I worked with in some way, in some fashion, and I've learned something from them. And so I'm just thrilled and happy to be a recipient of this award and excited, and just will, as Joanne mentioned, my family is integral as part of that, and my faith. I just really try hard to do everything according to what I've been taught and my culture. We're supposed to be hard workers, and that's kind of part of who I am and what I will be. But thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Trevor.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful day. I will not get into a lot of details. There's a lot of other text that follows. I would invite you to read at your leisure the updates here. We always try to keep it interesting and things that are happening a bit behind the scenes at times. There's a nice update from Water Services. There's a very nice update from Public Works as well, with many good projects going on, including the boiler replacements that are now completed, and some fleet acquisitions that you may be interested in. We did have a nice event out at the Public Works facility Also in the realm of staff appreciation, that's exactly what that was about, a Public Works Appreciation event. Well attended, and you have some nice photographs there to enjoy. A nice update, many updates actually from our police department, and I would invite you to give that a read, especially the rather touching story at the end about the recovery of some unidentified remains that were found in an urn and ultimately determined to be the remains of a identified major who served in World War II and in the Korean conflict as a pilot with the U.S. Air Force. So the recovered remains were united with that individual's family, speaking of Major Pitt. And yeah, I think you would find that to be a very touching story, as I did. Some nice updates from the fire department and some ongoing training that they have. In addition to all the other things, you know, I want to correct something I said earlier. I made reference to the beginning of the fire season, and after I said that, I reminded myself. Frequently, we hear from our wildfire experts that there is no season anymore. Wildfires occur almost year-round, and so even though with the onset of the very warm summer temperatures, it's not truly a season anymore. It's just a higher awareness, I guess, and that is the state that we're in right now. A couple of other tidbits, including a nice photo from the council's recent trip with members of the Kaibab Band and Paiute Indians. A very nice photograph there. I want to mention something here briefly, and it's mentioned in my report. We have amongst us, with Vice Mayor Aslan and Councilmember Matthews, 2 recipients of the Flynn Brown Fellowship. I think that's very remarkable, and congratulations to the both of you for that, an amazing achievement. Updates from community development. There are many there to be shared. Some miscellaneous updates, including something we've already heard about, but there are some photographs coming from the Fremont Street project, which has been very well received, and council may have seen an email that came in just today from an individual who not only appreciates the artwork out there, but is anecdotally sharing with us all that it is having a very positive impact in terms of traffic calming and pedestrian safety. A few photos that I took around town that even though in my report they're attributed to pros, I need to correct that and say that the flower beautification downtown involves our economic vitality beautification team. And then there's a photo of a recent concert in the park, which is overseen by pros, and that was absolutely wonderful. Looking forward to more of those as summer moves on. There's a nice excerpt from an email we received from Bob Holmes, our federal lobbyist, regarding potential appropriations. A number of us were in Washington, D.C. at the very end of April, building relationships, meeting our congressional delegates, meeting numerous agencies, and as is always the case, seeking assistance in terms of direct spend appropriations or grants or a combination of any of those to help us with the many, many needs in our community. We're hearing some good initial response to that. We're in a stay tuned state right now. It's too early to break out the brass band, but we're hopeful that we're going to see some assistance coming in from our federal government to help us with some of the many projects, and they span the spectrum. So stay tuned on that. A couple of quick updates regarding meetings. You know, the CPWAC, which is the Coconino Plateau Water Advisory Council. CPWAC is a little bit easier. Had that meeting last week. Thank you, Vice Mayor Aslan, for chairing, as always. CJCC meeting, Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. They are meeting this week. Some photos from the recent Coconino Scroll tour, which many of us truly enjoyed. That's a mouthful. I think at this point, Council, Mayor, unless you have questions for me, I'd like to turn it over first to our pros division to give an update, which is also in their newsletter, which also has a new format, which is very cool. We'll follow that with housing and then HR and risk management. Amy?
Hi, thank you, City Manager. Good afternoon, everyone. It's kind of tough to follow the new guy. I can't believe we gave an award to a new guy. Congratulations, Trevor. So yes, a new look with our pros newsletter, and all of that credit does go to the one, the only Sarah Holditch that works in our events and marketing department. So I hope we can enjoy this. I'll scroll down and may try to make a little bit smaller so that we can see it a little bit better. Maybe not. We're going to roll with this today. So we were able to incorporate, there's a picture of Buffalo Park. That's still our most beloved park, especially considering trail counts, and those are that data is always in this newsletter. We have our new mission statement, bold front and center, where we're connecting our community through people, parks, natural areas, and programs. The month of May, gosh, that's an interesting month for us in recreation. You'll see some photos here of we both had maintenance closures, annual closures at both the Aquaplex and J. Lively Activity Center. A month-long one at the Activity Center where our staff literally took up all of the ice, all of the inches of ice. We got everything down to the bare concrete, made some necessary repairs, worked very closely with facility maintenance. So thank you, facility maintenance and Public Works team on that. And the Parks team also joined in on some of that. We'll get in through some of those photos, but that was an intense month for us at the ice rink, so I do want to cover some of that more in depth. Spring events are here, as City Manager Clifton mentioned. It's summer events too, so we are in high gear when it's pros time. Going into a little bit of information for our parks team, gosh, that's an image of West Flag Little League. We really had the turf looking amazing. Right now we're getting into those really, as we all know, those really hot and dry couple weeks of June. That tends to start to brown some of our turf quicker than normal, and so staff are working on getting that to rebound. This image is from May, and that's how quickly it can change on you. So we are also working with our community engagement office on any language should any citizens call in and inquire as to maybe watering cycles that we're doing, or why is the turf brown somewhere and not somewhere else. So we're working through that too. Our parks team has been busy performing a lot of trainings. We've been doing our playground safety training that our staff, we have qualified staff and certified staff that perform that for the rest of the team. We also have been working on some irrigation improvements with Flagstaff sustainability offices and the Noresco group, part of that overall contract. So it's been a very busy month in parks. There's our monthly trail counts. Like I said, Buffalo Park's always at the top of the list. There at the back of the loop that sees the highest counts. Almost 10,000 people passed by Buffalo Park in the month of May at that, like it's about at the 1 mile, 1.25 mile marker on that 2 mile loop. Just an amazing, amazing park that we have. Here's a photo of that, some of the J. Lively staff who literally chipped up every piece of ice in that ice rink, and we got it out of there. It was quite the process, big time. Not the easiest thing to do. There's also an image there. Those are the chiller lines that go all the way from the chiller location. They probably greater than 100 linear feet, make a couple bends, and go into the facility itself to help create that ice. We exposed a large problem going through this process, but it was one we needed to expose. And we worked on a short-term repair, and we're going to be working on more of a longer-term repair or rehab, because you can see in this image the condition of those chiller lines. So again, we got everything back intact. A lot of that fast footwork was due to our facility maintenance team. So very grateful for their work and collaboration on this. But we will be, I'm sure, coming in future years to budget team collaboratively to discuss how can we continue to maintain this amenity that is very well loved by our community. Having that 1 month closure was difficult for our entire community on that. A part of some of those other improvements we did during that month, there's some new interior flooring. Inside the ice rink, we had some hazard areas that were in there. There's a rubberized flooring, and as you can imagine, years and years of walking on them on skates, things start to peel up, chip up. So we did do some repairs there. Staff did a lot of repair work to any of the woodwork inside the facility, and we were able to fix some minor cracking that is in the concrete slab itself that is below the layers of ice. And then we're able to repaint all the lines that had not been done in, gosh, we think maybe well over 10 years, and new logos of the logos that were already in existence with our partners there at the ice rink. A big success. And right before that happened, we wrapped up the season with a tournament there. Some other cool things that were going on, Hal Jensen Recreation Center hosted a sidewalk chalk art in front of the recreation center itself. We had some local community members out as well as some artists, so that was really neat to see. It was in partnership with ArtX, so as pros and any of those other external partners continue to collaborate, these are the cool things that we're able to do together. It was really appreciated by all. Also, there was a Naka garden blessing there at Hal Jensen Recreation Center, and we've been still hosting a night court where the kids take on our Flagstaff Police Department, and I'm pretty well aware the kids keep winning, I think, on that one, from what I've heard. The Aquaplex also had just a 1-week closure where we're able to do some in-depth cleaning, more so than when it's occupied most of the hours during the week. So that occurred also in the month of May. That was really nice to see. Part of that cleaning that did occur, and right before that we had a Wild West pool party there at in the aquatic center, but we were also able to install new flooring inside the party room. If you're familiar where that is, it's right off the pool, and so we were able to locate and find an appropriate slip-resistant flooring that can take, because there's a lot of wet individuals that may come in quickly and then go back out. So we wanted to find the appropriate surface for that. We also added some more additional rubberized flooring upstairs in the facility in the fitness area, because it was another great opportunity to do that. So come check out any of those new items and check out that ice at the ice rink. Plus, it's the coolest place to be in town right now. At Josie, at the Community and Senior Center, Tai Chi classes, those have been well attended and rapidly growing, and we're going to continue to find out what our community wants to see as far as programming in our 4 recreation centers, so looking forward to that. Cruising down to Open Space. Open Space is consistently hosting some amazing events if you've never attended any. Most recently was a plein air event that was hosted in conjunction also with ArtX, so to continue that partnership that each of our sections with our division do with the ArtX group. That was really neat and well attended. Continue to do a lot of public outreach and education, and that includes in the summer months, even though if school's not in session for our student youth, we continue still to do outreach and educate. And wrapped up some field trips in the month of May for a lot of our schools, K through 12, which was always neat to see. The students love hitting up Picture Canyon because it is just the most amazing amenity that we have within our open space realm. Event season begins. Gosh, we have a lot going on in events. So yes, Concerts in the Park began last week. We have our second one tomorrow at Bushmaster Park. So get ready, come on out for that. We've got a rotation of those. We're hosting a summer day camp for a few weeks at the Flagstaff Aquaplex. So for the kiddos, and we've seen some neat registrations occurring on that. It's for ages 6 to 11, and it's that Monday through Friday, and a pretty extensive time when you take a look at any of our other summer camp opportunities for our youth in the community. But yeah, we've got last week at Jim Cullen Park was Tommy Dukes. Tomorrow is the Dennis Herrera Band at Bushmaster Park, so please come on out. We're rotating around just like we did last year with our Concerts in the Park series. Do note that this year there are, I believe, 2 locations in collaboration with Coconino County Parks and Rec. So that includes Peaks View Park, and that includes Raymond County Park in Kachina Village this year, that'll be a new location for us. So we're really excited to see that happen. And here's a handful of our other events that were occurring in the month of May. Whew. How'd I do, Heidi Hansen? You were a lot longer than me. Any questions? Perfect.
No questions, Council?
Thank you very
Excellent, excellent, excellent. And Rebecca did promise that we could ride on the Zamboni when we get it.
The electric Zamboni, yes.
Yes.
So that is a part of this upcoming fiscal year's budget. So as soon as we work through those details, working with Fleet and our Fleet Management Committee, we will get some Zamboni rides going.
Thank you.
Electric, boogie-oogie.
Mayor, I have one comment.
Councilmember Matthews.
I see the volunteer weed pool. If you need a second location, I have one at my house in my backyard. I've been working on it for the last couple weeks, and yeah.
How's
I'd
that
love
panning
to,
out
yeah.
for you? Yeah.
Could use some help.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Amy. I'm thinking we can tie a couple of things together, and when the council decides to drive the Zamboni, I'm sure we can at the same time eradicate the weeds in your backyard. It just takes creative driving. Yep. Next, we're going to hear from Sarah Dar with Housing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's hard to follow such a pictorially based update with boring housing information, but here I am nonetheless. I just wanted to go through some of the highlights of our newsletter with you. Not everything, because some of it's redundant to what we've already talked to you about. But we are working towards a down payment and closing cost assistance program with bond funds. We've recently spoken about that as well. Housing staff continues to participate in the regional plan process. We include this in our newsletter on a regular basis in order to get the word out and encourage as many members of the community as possible to also partake in this process so that our regional plan is truly reflective of our community and its visions. Paul told me how to make it. Oh, there we go. I wasn't sure. There we go. So this is super technical, but here's my pictures. Area median income was released for 2024, and we've encountered, this is our second year where we're encountering a weird situation where we are now publishing rates or area median income limits for rental and area median income limits for homeownership. And here's why, is that HUD has placed some artificial limits on area median income calculations if income in an area is growing too quickly. And so they impose a cap on the percentage incomes in a community can grow in a year. And so we are subject to that artificial cap. So we remove that artificial cap for the homeownership programs because those are locally funded. And again, local dollars mean local control. So we can say this is our true area median income, as you, HUD, have said. We remove the artificial percentage cap so that we can help a greater number of people in the homeownership arena. In the rental arena, all of those funds are typically federal or state funds. They are subject to the federal income guidelines. And so we don't remove the cap. HUD issues those, we use those. But that's why you see different elements published. This is only the second year that artificial cap has been applied. And with our state minimum wage and our local minimum wage and the fast pace at which those are growing, I don't necessarily see this ending, but it is only our second year, so we don't quite have a pattern yet of what that looks like. We are paying a lot of attention to this and sharing our concerns with HUD about what that cap means. An artificial cap on that, especially for lower income folks, means that they're now ineligible. While they would, at a strict 80%, be considered eligible, the artificial cap on the amount income can grow in a year excludes folks that would previously be eligible under low-income guidelines. So it is something concerning. It's not a massive difference at this point in time, but it is something that we're working to highlight within the community because it's something different than our subrecipients or other partners have seen or utilized, and we wanted to make sure in our newsletter we covered that as well. And then a separate one for federally funded. So the rental programs that are not involved with federal funds, we've also uncapped that with the artificial limit, and then we do the federal funded programs. So that's been a challenge for staff. We've worked hand in hand with legal to make sure that we're doing things compliantly and we're not creating more trouble for ourselves by doing it. But it really feels like the right thing to do is to have income limits in our community that are not artificially capped at a national maximum. We continue to participate in the last cap process, and I am getting more and more excited as we come to nearer to completion with that process, because there are some things that are being identified that we have long known, and will now be able to address in a comprehensive manner. So we're getting very, very excited about Last Cap. It's weird to be excited about studies being done, I know, but we are. We had the closing of 2 different permanently affordable homes in April. One was a resale, and one was the sale of a new unit. Both of those households came in at under 80% AMI, which is an even more significant achievement given interest rates and insurance prices, which are excluding more and more people from the homeownership market. And then lastly, we highlighted the awards for CDBG this year, which we've reviewed with you in depth in the last 2 months, so I won't bore you with those. But we did yesterday receive our award letter from HUD, finally. So we'd gotten a preview of that, the numbers that we came to you with in last month, were accurate, but HUD just sent our award letter yesterday. And so that's the pace at which sometimes we receive news. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or cover any other topics you'd like. All right.
Thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. And then we will conclude with our Human Resources and Risk Management update. This is a bit of a newcomer to the organization and to the community, so we're excited to have these updates from Human Resources. Jen.
Are you able to see this okay? We're going to make it a little bigger. A little bigger. Oh, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Jennifer Caputo. I'm the Deputy Human Resources Director. And here this afternoon with a little bit of an update for you on our Human Resources Risk Management Division. Greg already mentioned that we have our new HR Risk Management Director starting on June 24th. We're super excited about that. And I also wanted to share that we have our new Class and Comp Manager. She's going to manage Class and Comp as well as recruitment. Her name is Sarah Sorn, and she just started with us yesterday. She comes to us with over 20 years of HR experience and has some great expertise in Class and Comp and recruitment, so we're super excited to have her on board. As Sarah transitions into the role, Jessica Vigorito will be transitioning out of her interim acting role as our Class and Comp Manager. And I just want to give Jessica a huge shout out. She has been an absolute godsend for our division. Having her and the other Sarah Statura, on the team to help us just carry through this transition period has been just such a blessing, and I'm so grateful for the fire department for allowing us to use Jessica over in Human Resources once again. I'm going to scroll down. And the next thing I want to talk about is some changes in our benefits. Our wellness program starts over every year on May 15th, and this is your opportunity to earn a $20 discount on your insurance premiums every year, as well as a $120 one-time payment. There is a different website that we'll be using this year, and you can find the link in the newsletter. It's myverawholehealth.com. You'll find more information about how to earn your points, as well as some more benefits information. The next thing I wanted to talk about is another new portal, which is called Simon. This is our new online benefits portal, and you will find information about how to sign onto that portal in the newsletter, and you'll be able to get into that website at any time to check your current elections or to make changes to things such as your health savings account. And then the last thing related to benefits that I wanted to talk about is deferred compensation. So this is a little bit of a change. Because of our new online benefits center, they're not able to help us with the elections for deferred compensation. So when employees need to make a change to their deferred compensation election, they'll want to make an appointment with one of the advisors from either Voya Nationwide or Mission Square, whoever they have their deferred comp account through. They'll make the elections with that advisor, and then the advisor will let the city know how much to take out of their paycheck. So it's quite a big difference. So I wanted to make sure and mention that. And dropping down to talk a little bit more about class and comp. Our team did do a presentation about market-based pay and the market review process to leadership earlier in the month. I also wanted to give a shout out to Jessica and Sarah once again, because the goal of the class and comp team is to review 25% of our positions each year, and they're almost to 50%. That is, to me, that's a huge accomplishment, knowing that we have been understaffed. So kudos to them. And then moving on to recruitment, we did have our second annual job fair in conjunction with the library. There were many different divisions from within the city that were well represented, and we're happy to report that we had higher attendance this time, as well as more participation in that job fair. The HR team is also working on something new called NeoGov Onboard. We do have a couple of other systems within HR that are in NeoGov already, such as our applicant tracking system. So information, once we identify a candidate for hire, will be sent over to this onboard system, and it's going to allow us to communicate with the candidate as they become an employee. So we'll be able to send paperwork to them, and it will just really make things flow a lot easier, and just using one system will be a huge help. We've also met with the city manager's office about having them do a welcome video for new employees. So it'll really be a homepage for employees as they're coming into the organization. And then from the risk management side of things, June is National Safety Month, and the risk management team has set up over 10 trainings that are available in the month of June to help keep our employees safe. So that's all I have for you today. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you for all of your work, and especially under the kind of stress and pressure that you all have been in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. Very good stuff all around. Thank you to pros, housing, and HR and risk management for all of that. Council, that concludes my report. Again, sorry that it was a little bit on the voluminous side this time, but we'll keep them shorter in the future. Any questions for me?
I thought it was perfect.
Thank you.
All good information. Comments, questions, anyone? Thank you. All right, moving down to 8, Engage, Empower, Elevate program update from our recipient community assistant teams of Flagstaff. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Tia Hatton-Tenney, and I'm a Sustainability Coordinator, too, with the Sustainability Division. We are here today with the Community Assistant Teams of Flagstaff to provide an update on the Engage, Empower, Elevate program. Can't tell you how many times I mix up those E's. All right. Today's presentation agenda includes a brief overview of the Engage, Empower, Elevate program, also known as the E3 program, as well as an annual update from the recipient of the E3 funding, the Community Assistant Teams of Flagstaff, also known as CATS. The E3 program was initially created as a pilot initiative in fiscal year 23 in response to 2 challenges: an increased number of unsheltered community members and an increase in litter accumulation. Through the formal procurement process, CATS was chosen to receive the E3 funds in order to provide employment opportunities to persons experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness, and to abate litter in our community. CATS can renew its contract for up to 3 years, and the program has $30,000 annually made available through Economic Vitality's BBB funds. We also received $30,000 in matching funds from the Arizona Department of Housing to leverage alongside city funding this fiscal year. This program was made possible through a citywide team effort, as most things we do are, and we'd like to extend a huge thank you to everyone on city staff who helped with this program and continues to, including procurement, grants and contracts, legal team, finance, and economic vitality. With that, I'd like to turn it over to the Executive Director of CATS, Wendy White, and her team.
I run this thing?
All right, just click that.
This one? Yeah. All right, I got it. I think I have this. Good evening or afternoon, Council. It's nice to be back in front of you. I'm also here with Pam Jensen, who is our Assistant Director, and also with Mike Archibald, who's actually one of our PAW crew members this year. And he will hopefully make a little statement later, although some of my guys are a little bit shy. So, so oops, let me go back here. Where are we at? What happened? Okay. So the first thing I want to tell y'all is thank you for this opportunity to help people who are unsheltered in the community. And also a big shout out to the Sustainability Office for their creative thought process in setting this program up. It was their idea, not ours. Apparently this is on a continuous loop here, so I'm going to keep pushing back here. But the first thing I wanted to do is I think that there's been a little bit of misunderstanding about what CAT's mission is. Our mission is actually to transform lives by empowering people with the tools to survive and thrive. We use through the creation of community. We use the Dene term, which I can never quite pronounce right, to express our belief that we are all part of the community and that we are all responsible for each other's well-being regardless of housing status. We reach out to engage unsheltered and disenfranchised relatives where they are and accept them without judgment for who they are. We strive to reduce the stigma and humiliation that unsheltered relatives suffer on a daily basis, and we do this through a multitude of programs which we are expanding every day. I don't know if you've heard this from other community members, but we actually are seeing an increase nationally in homelessness. On January 23rd, there was a 12% increase from 2022, and the highest number since 2007 in homelessness. Amongst Native Americans, during that same period of time, homelessness increased by an astonishing 18% in that same one-year period. 1 in every 500 Americans is without housing, and many more live in substandard conditions. Unsheltered community members face multiple barriers to housing and to employment, including the mere stigma of being homeless. Stigma and community bias force them into the shadows, creating a cycle of resentment, including distrust and even hatred. And by that, I actually mean hatred by community members against those who are homeless. Yeah, if you can figure out how to not make this.
For sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's what I clicked last time. Should we try this one? Slideshow button? I think I pressed that last time, so.
Okay. So, I didn't put any. I don't think I put any animation in here. I might not have. Right?
Let's see.
Let's see if this works. Using criminal penalties, restrictive zoning, and neighborhood associations to cast out people without housing only worsens the crisis of unaffordable housing and increases the loss of human potential. Sorry. Oops, well, it didn't work. This is a little out of order here, but this was actually, I put this together. When the Sustainability Office came up with the idea and identified this grant opportunity, this was right when we were actually starting to get up and running. We had not even implemented or put our mobile bus out on the streets at the time that we found out about this opportunity. But we were getting ready to, and it was coincidental that our motto is very similar to the Sustainability Office, the E3 grant opportunity, because our motto is reach out, engage, empower, and transform. And our philosophy was similar. How do we transform or help unsheltered people re-engage with the larger community, as well as addressing growing litter problems? So it's very coincidental and very fortuitous that we started at the same time the Sustainability Office came up with this grant. Our experience has been that unsheltered people want to work, but the barriers to working are overwhelming. This includes stigma, disability or poor health, lack of training or education, loss of identification documents, no housing, no transportation, no, oops, we're going the wrong direction here, Pam. Let's go back. Let's see, back here. No contact information. Age, there's an aging homeless population right now. Lack of hygiene and adequate clothing. All of these things are barriers to employment. Loss of identification alone is a huge, significant problem for people. So we implemented the People at Work program, which is the E3 grant, the E3 grant. And we applied for it and we received it. And we did a pilot project, and we learned a lot during that pilot project in the fall of 2022. After that pilot project, Sustainability Office contacted us and said that they were able to continue the project if we wanted to do so. We learned. Is that my phone? I hope it's not my phone. It's my phone. I'm sorry. I thought I had it off. We did a lot of things from the pilot project that we learned. We started out doing cash payment on a daily basis. And one day I realized that I had $2,000 in my pocket in cash, and I was going onto the bus, and it made me very uncomfortable. So we did, in fact, change that. We went to a payroll card system. So now we actually do payment on a daily basis using a pay card system. We switched from a very simple Excel spreadsheet to QuickBooks Payroll. We implemented an application process, including a written form and an interview process. We focus on people who show interest in improving. I'm sorry that this is doing this. I wish I had better control here. We focus on people who show interest in obtaining regular employment and taking steps to improve their lives. We bought a small pickup truck because with funds from another source in order to transport the litter and to expand our geographic area. So initially our pilot project, we were kind of stuck around the area where the bus was parked, but with the addition of buying the truck, we're actually able, like today, our crew, including Mike himself, was out on East 66 and cleaning up behind the Home Depot and that area, which I don't think has ever been cleaned as far as we can tell, and Mike can probably tell you how much litter we picked up there. But that allowed us to actually increase our area of focus. So what did we do in 2003? From July 1st to 2023 through December 13th, which was the last day of our program in the winter before it got too snowy and cold to continue to pick up, our crew picked up, I really wish this would work better, picked up 935 bags of trash and recycling from Flagstaff streets and public ways. We calculated that out. That's about 32,705 gallons or 4,376 feet of litter from Flagstaff streets. They contributed a combined total of 1,206 service hours, which they were paid for, to the community to maintain its beauty during that 5.5 months that we operated in 2023. Where they picked up litter. We picked up litter around the city, But in 2023, the most litter that we picked up in one neighborhood was in Sunnyside. We picked up 261 bags of litter from Sunnyside neighborhood, and 336 service hours committed to improving the Sunnyside neighborhood itself. Our crew of unsheltered folks were thanked. They were offered homemade cookies, water, lemonade by grateful residents and businesses. People came out of their houses to thank them for picking up litter and to provide them with goodies, really. We picked up 198 bags of litter from the South Side neighborhood, and we're, again, thanked by almost everyone that they met. This is actually a chart of where we picked up litter. On 4th Street, and you'll have an opportunity to look at this more in full, but we picked up litter on 4th Street, 86 bags of litter. Buffalo Park, we went up there actually 2 days, 12 bags of litter. East Butler area, 106 bags of litter. Huntington, 54 bags. Milton, 39 bags, and so on and so forth around the city. Now their experiences, though, the experiences of our crew are also important. I mean, we helped the community. We provided this litter pickup service, but our crew also obviously was helped out by this program. We provided work opportunities in that 5.5-month period to 24 unique individuals. Typically, they work 3 hours a day and 1 to 4 days per week. We had 4 people out of the 24 who only worked 1 day and found it was maybe a little too hard for them, but the majority worked for several months. Everyone was paid minimum wages and taxes were withheld. We file a 941 and employment taxes, as well as W-2 forms at the end of the year. This is a paid employment program. The demographics of the folks that we hired last year, of the folks that we had hired, 20% or 20 of them, 83% were male, 17% were female. We had 25% of our employees were Native American. 14 or 58% were white, non-Hispanic. 2 were African American, 8% multiracial, 1 person Hispanic, 1 person. Veterans, we had hired 4 veterans during that period of time. 17% of the people we hired were veterans. Their ages ranged from under 30 to over 60, and the majority were in the middle age category. The real outcomes for them of what we did. One of them, we were able to get into a paid industrial sewing apprenticeship. 5 obtained full-time employment as a result of their work with us and our assistance in helping them fill out applications and making referrals. 1 obtained regular part-time employment. 3 were able to earn enough to leave Flagstaff for more favorable destinations. 2 entered rehab, and 1, which was perhaps, I guess, in a way saddest but happiest, was someone who had shown up in Flagstaff. Initially, I wasn't going to let him work for us because he wasn't technically a Flagstaff resident, but one day we didn't have enough people on the crew, so I let him work for us. And a couple of days after he started working for us, he told me that he had arrived in Flagstaff. He was situationally homeless. He arrived in Flagstaff thinking that he was going to commit suicide. And as a result of working with us and the sense of community that he felt for us, with us, and his ability to earn an income, he actually pulled out of his depression and was able to avoid doing what he was thinking he was going to do. And I'm sorry, but I'm tearing up a little bit. They all report a greater sense of dignity, giving back to the community and to our earth, and a greater sense of responsibility for themselves and for the community. These are some of the things that they've said. Working for the CATS crew made me more aware of the footprints I'm leaving on the earth and a more active obligation to keep cities like Flagstaff picture perfect. That's how he described it. This program has helped giving me confidence in myself. It's nice to do something for Mother Earth and makes you feel good about yourself. And one young man said, I haven't had this many people thank me ever. And that's his experience. So this is our motto. This is actually the vest that we have for them, although I've got some new ones I got to still get imprinted. And we are out there, they are out there every day cleaning up the litter. And I'm going to ask Pam, and if Mike wants to say something about his experience, I would love to have him tell you what his experience is. Do we have Mike go first? If you're willing, Mike, I'll stand with you.
I'm thankful for Wendy, and I'm thankful for you guys. This is something that has really helped us. A lot of us here, we feel we get looked down on, and that's our own problem. You know, you guys have helped us so much with this part-time little bit that we're doing. We every day. We've seen people at Chevron stations that run the place. They come out and they say, do you need anything to eat? Do you need anything to drink? No, thank you. It's only 4 hours. I'm all right. Thank you very much. And they're, no, thank you guys. When we're out on 66, we get the truck drivers and the business guys. They're just honking, and it feels good to be able to do something here and actually feel like part of the community. And I thank you guys for that.
That's beautifully stated, Mike. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. My name is Pam Jensen. Kia Anishle, Sinajani Bashichin, Nakadine Dashanala, Lazalana Dashache. I'm originally from Tuba City, but pretty much grew up here in Flagstaff. I am first Towering House, that's my mother's clan, born for Dark Streak Woods people, and my maternal is Mini Goats, and my paternal is Mexican people clan. I am assisting Wendy since, I'd say, the end of November, and getting the pod crew finished up at that time, I guess a good month. It's so rewarding to see the commitment these people have. You know, like we said, they're our relatives. These people come in and they take efforts to be on time. They show dedication, and seeing that humbleness in their act and their kindness, it just, you know, gives a good reason of why we're here and why we do the work we do. And, you know, moving forward with where we are today and the folks that are part of the new group, it's definitely just gives us an opportunity to see where the funding's going and how it could benefit our community, and seeing a lot of our individuals and our relatives that want to be able to jump onto this program and have that opportunity. And I wish we had more money to do that, right? So any way we can help assist in this way, and it just really then gives us that opportunity to help them figure out what are those next steps, what are those opportunities that we can guide them with, and really learning what are the barriers, what are their challenges, and, you know, being in this position, it gives us a chance to kind of have those conversations. And a lot of time it's just listening to where they are and what they need. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
That's everything we have, but thank you so much, and feel free to reach out to us or Wendy at CATS if you have further questions.
Thank you all. And Wendy, thank you so much. This was a wonderful presentation and great to hear about. Is it true that you call the little truck the kitten?
It is true. I do have a really bad habit of making puns of everything. So that's why this is the Cat's Paw program, and the truck is the kitten. What can I say?
Nice.
Other than I've got a bad sense of humor.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Councilmember House has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Wendy, I think the name is perfect, so yes, take that one with you. But I wanted to just thank you for the presentation, and Mike, I wanted to express to you, it was really meaningful what you said about feeling a part of the community. And I just wanted to emphasize that you are part of the community, and we're so grateful for the work that you do to contribute back and to just be part of this community. It's really meaningful, and I don't think it can fully be expressed how meaningful that is, but your words were very powerful, so thank you for sharing your story with us.
It's nice to feel that way.
Thank you. Thank you all. We appreciate you all. Thank you.
Okay, moving down to airport emergency plan and triennial full-scale exercise update. I'm looking forward to this one.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, Daniel Kelly, Emergency Manager. We are very excited to get in front of you tonight before you go on break to give you an update on the Mayor's Airport Emergency Plan update and the full-scale exercise, which is in September. The team has been working very hard to get this done. Doing both of them simultaneously is something else, but we have a very talented team. Ashley is leading the way on that, and we'll give you a quick update. And with that, Brian, there you go. Sorry, tricky.
Thank you, Daniel. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I'm Brian Gall, Airport Director. As Daniel mentioned, we're going to be giving you a brief update today on the Airport Emergency Plan and Airport Triennial Exercise. As Daniel mentioned, in partnership with our consultants, we're working on two distinct but related efforts. One is the Airport Emergency Plan, and that plan is designed to prepare the airport for any emergencies we might face, to allow us to plan for that and prepare our response to that so we're in as good a position as we can be should an emergency situation arise. That can be anything from wildland fires around the airport. 85% of our property boundary is forest, so wildfires are a big concern. Things like emergency major snowfalls, criminal activity of various sorts, or even aircraft incidents. Now, the triennial exercise portion of this effort is an FAA requirement. We are required to host an exercise every 3 years that simulates a large-scale aircraft incident, and that ties directly into that airport emergency plan. Now, airport staff, especially Airport Operations Manager and ARF Battalion Chief Tim Skinner, has been working in recent years to update the airport rescue and firefighting policies and procedures to better match our greater Flagstaff region fire department partners. Our intent at the airport side on this exercise is to test our ability to interoperate with those other first responders across the region in the event of one of those, hopefully that we don't see, aircraft incidents, and an end-to-end method. And as Daniel mentioned, EM Partners is going to give a presentation with more detail about both of those efforts, and staff will be here if you have any questions. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Ashley McCooch with EM Partners. It's a pleasure to be here with you. We'll be going over some project overview and timeline information, as well as some specifics about the requirements and our current efforts on the Airport Emergency Plan update and the triennial full-scale exercise. Following our work in supporting Daniel and Stacy in emergency management and the citywide planning team with the emergency operations plan for the city, it was identified as a need to update the airport emergency plan and support the triennial exercise. And in doing that, EM Partners worked to pull together a team of subject matter experts, including two very great airport subject matter experts, one from Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport and one from Long Beach Airport, that are really supplementing this team and this entire regional planning team with some excellent best practices and subject matter expertise with FAA requirements for these two projects. So we've brought together a really fantastic team to support this effort and really towards the ultimate goal, just as it was with your city EOP, the same goal here is making Flagstaff a safer place to be and really focusing on that life safety component and overall enhancement of your preparedness capabilities for the community. We began this project in coordination with emergency management and the airport team in February of this year, and we are currently in really the meat of our planning process for both the airport plan update and the full-scale exercise design. As Brian mentioned, these are very distinct processes, but we are being able to do these in hand is really informing one another and enhancing both of these projects as we go along. We have been conducting various working group meetings and workshops in person and virtually since February, and will continue to do that up until our exercise date of September 9th. And then following that exercise, we will conduct an after-action report and improvement plan that will evaluate the play of the exercise and how all of the regional partners implemented their specific roles and responsibilities per the plan, and that will further inform the AEP update, which is slotted for a final version in spring of 2025. So again, these typically you would update your plan and then do the exercise. We have the benefit of doing this simultaneously. The findings that come out of this exercise will immediately be put into your plan, so the final version of this plan will already have incorporated any findings, lessons learned, best practices, improvement items from that exercise. As Brian mentioned, these projects are federally regulated, and we are following quite a bit of FAA and FEMA guidance in organizing and structuring these projects. First of which is 14 CFR Part 139, which is for the certification of airports, for your airport's Index B certification requirements. This focuses on the requirements that the airport must meet for air carrier passenger operations. So this guides what is supposed to be in the plan, as well as that requirement to have a full-scale exercise every 3 years. We also utilize the FAA's advisory circular for the airport emergency plan. It's a pretty lengthy document, but it's a very great outline of exactly what is required to be in the airport emergency plan in order for that certification. So we've got that great FAA guidance that we're following and really structuring all of our planning process around. And in tandem with that is the FEMA guidance. We are following the Comprehensive Preparedness Guide 101, which is FEMA's guidance for developing and maintaining emergency plans. If you recall from our presentations to you on your citywide EOP, that's the same guidance that we're following there, that's structuring the way that we bring a whole community planning team together and address hazards and build the plan around your threat and hazard environment. And then in addition, for the exercise-specific portion, we're following FEMA's Homeland Security Exercise and Evaluation Program, or HSEEP, and that is the national standard for designing and facilitating various levels of exercises. So that's a really great kind of guideline for us as we move forward in this planning process. Your exercise will be HSEEP compliant, as it would be said in the industry. So why are we updating the AEP? Looking at this document, this is the airport's key emergency response document, and as Brian mentioned, this addresses the airport's roles and responsibilities, as well as that interoperability with regional partners. And that's a really key piece that we're focusing on in this update, is incorporating more a flavor of that interoperability and those regional partnerships that you have that are very strong in this region. We're just documenting a lot of that and bringing a lot of those people to the table in these discussions. And then the key piece, again, is making sure that this document is in compliance with that Part 139 certification and FAA advisory circular compliance. But in general, this document is an all hazards document. It will address the full spectrum of natural disaster, human-caused, or technological type of emergencies that could occur and impact the airport. And really, again, the ultimate goal here is so that the airport and all of your various regional partners have a baseline foundational guiding document to address anything that might occur that impacts the airport. The AEP is structured with a base plan and several annexes or sections. There are 10 functional sections, and these cover things from communications, alert and warning, firefighting, health and medical response, law enforcement, response, as well as hazard-specific sections. There are 9 of those, and those cover various natural disasters that the airport is susceptible to, aircraft accidents, which is the primary hazard that we'll be exercising for, and hazardous materials incidents, things like that. So again, this is a really comprehensive document that covers the full spectrum of things that may occur impacting the airport's operations. One of the really key things here, such as it was with your EOP update, with the airport's emergency plan update, is partner alignment. We all understand the term whole community and bringing all of the various partners to the table that bring capabilities and resources to bear when an emergency occurs. And in the same way that we did that in your city EOP, we're doing that same sort of partner alignment with the airport's emergency plan. This slide here just really illustrates the various levels of regional partnerships and guiding documents that we're making sure that your plan aligns with. And as far as our planning team currently, we have over 20 different agencies, both internal and external to the city, that are a part of both the airport and the AEP and the exercise planning team. So just to give you an idea of the amount of stakeholders that are brought to the table for this, it's really kind of an all-hands-on-deck project for the region. And that will also include 40 to 60 volunteers that will be participating and supporting the exercise as the crash victims. So there's going to be quite a bit of people involved in this process, just from the number of agencies represented and the number of volunteers that are supporting this process as well. And then just to mention also, looking at the recent update to the county emergency operations plan last year, the timing of that really flows nicely with this project as well, as the county is a player in this airport update as well. If you recall from our EOP presentations, we presented this planning universe to you, and we present it to you again to remind again that this project has many touch points across the region up to state and federal partnerships. So we do have, as part of our planning team for the airport emergency plan update and the exercise, all levels of government, nonprofit, and private sector partners involved in this planning process. The whole community is truly represented in this planning process for the benefit of the airport's efficient operations and the community's safety. So focusing on the exercise, we've titled this exercise Operation Ready Flag. It's a full-scale exercise, which means actual implementation, deployment of resources. So in looking at this, we have designated Monday, September 9th as the exercise date. We do have a contingency date immediately 2 weeks following on September 23rd, just in case any very significant disasters or anything are occurring simultaneously in the community that impact the player's ability. But that is a very last resort thing to push that date off. So September 9th is the date. You should have received a save the date, and you are all formally welcome to come and observe. We'll have observer areas designated to be able to watch the crash site. So we're focusing the scenario on an aircraft crash that results in a mass casualty incident and how the regional partners and the airport will respond to that. Again, this is FAA required that it be focused on an aircraft accident specifically. We have identified 5 overarching objectives for this exercise, first of which is the emergency response to an Alert 3. So that's the initial response to the aircraft crash from your first responding agencies at the airport and regionally. Beyond that, it is to establish an incident command post and a unified command structure. And that really gets to Brian's point about the interoperability with regional partners and testing that out. We also have health and medical as a very significant piece of this exercise. Flagstaff Medical Center, Guardian Medical Transport, Guardian Medical Air, and DPS will all be participating in a health and medical focused objective to transport victims to FMC and test FMC's plans as well. So that's a great partnership there. And then 4th is alert and warning, focusing on both the internal and external notification and public information aspect of an emergency to this scale and how the regional partners will coordinate that information. And then finally, the activation of the Coconino County Emergency Operations Center in support of an incident and coordination with Flagstaff Emergency Management. So with that, I'll just conclude by bringing up the preparedness cycle here. This is something that we incorporated into your city EOP. It's incorporated into everything we do in emergency management. This is a continuous cycle of planning, training, exercise, operationalizing in real-world incidents, and then evaluating. And in this combination of the airport emergency plan and the triennial exercise, we are planning, training, exercising, and evaluating to improve the plan. We are nearly completing your full cycle here in preparedness to continue to set up the city for success with response to anything that might occur at the airport. I'll open for any questions or comments.
Council, questions, comments? Councilmember House?
So if we don't want to just observe, if we want to be a victim, how do we sign up for that?
You could absolutely do that. We will be releasing, we're working with United Way to release, using their volunteer hub portal, a link for folks to sign up to be victims and be moulaged and be treated off of the airplane. So that's definitely something we can do, and we'll be sharing that link with Daniel and Stacy and their team, and they can share that with you.
If I can just add a few words. Hi, Mayor and Council. Stacy Breckenhage, Emergency Management Director. I think we're also going to work with our volunteer hub through Stephen Thompson. And then you should have had a save the date. I know Daniel sent an email, but I can make sure Sean gets it on all your calendars. So if that's helpful.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation, lots of good information. I'm assuming that NAU is going to be a part of this also?
Yes, they will be. The NAU emergency manager will be supporting in a controller aspect. So there's a lot of different roles that all of your regional partners are playing. Some of them are playing, some are evaluating, some are controllers to help control the scene. So we do have NAU involved in that aspect.
Okay, and then just to follow up, in terms of the community, are we going to notify them that this big training or emergency thing is happening?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Harrison. That's a great point. We are working on a communications plan that is in association with this exercise. We're going to get notice out a variety of different ways, whether it's through press releases, signage on site, as well as messaging within the airport terminal. So we're still developing that plan as the exercise develops, but it is going to be a very broad effort to provide outreach on the day of so that everybody's aware of what's going on.
And September is, I mean, that's a really busy, everybody's back. The town is full because we got all the students, faculty, staff, students, everybody's kind of here. So that's a lot of folks kind of, but I'm assuming you know that already. So
it is. It's a busy time for us, and actually that ties into that triennial exercise cycle. It's tied into our previous exercises. So they were happening in September before, which ties into our annual certification inspection for the airport, which always happens in either August or September. So all those efforts are linked as part of our efforts to meet our federal obligations. So timing is a little bit out of our hands, but we're going to do what we can to make sure it's successful in that month. Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yeah, will there be normal flights during this exercise? I mean, real flights, people flying?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember McCarthy. The intent at this point is that there will be no impact to regular operations at the airport outside of possibly some closures of the areas to make sure that we separate the traffic that's involved in the exercise versus things that are not. So, making sure that we're delineating traffic control and people are where they're supposed to be and operating safely. We're not planning any shutdowns to any airport facilities, at least in terms of anything operational.
Yeah, I would think that passengers on the plane would want to know about that as they're landing and see people sprawled across the airport tarmac.
It makes me very glad that we added message boards across the terminal. So before we didn't have a lot of TV screens in there, but now we have 6. So that's going to be a great place to get that broadcasting out. And as Ashley mentioned, we have our partners across the county and other places that have things like variable message boards or those message signs that we use for special events or for incidents like this. So we're going to make sure those are strategically placed. So no matter when somebody notices the exercise, hopefully there'll be a sign that's between them and the exercise that tells them what's going on.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? Thanks so much. Okay, we're moving down to item number 10, discussion regarding high occupancy housing zoning requirements and zoning code regulations tied to components of the regional plan. Hello, Tiffany.
Hi, it's me. I'm here again to talk about the fun zoning code. Oops. Here we go. Here we go. High occupancy housing. This is sort of a tough one. This is a code that is entrenched in a lot of intricacies and details. I will be giving you a lot of information. Please feel free to interrupt me, ask questions as you see fit or as you need. I try not to stay in my nerd zoning code brain. I love this stuff. I know nobody else does. So let's get going with my little story here today. But really, the purpose of today is to talk about whether or not the council is interested in seeing some small amendments to the high occupancy housing plan, understanding the important components. We have a very lengthy high occupancy housing plan. We have a zoning code amendment that went hand in hand. This has been a significant community conversation for a very long time. So, understanding all of those, are we open to seeing some small changes? So tonight I'm looking for direction before I start heavy-handing working on code amendments. I have started some sketching out, but nothing is really completely drafted or written. Of course, there would need to be public outreach and communication on this, and none of that has really happened to date, but of course all of those things would happen as part of this text amendment. So the high occupancy housing plan was adopted in 2018. The purpose of this plan was really to provide goals and policies intended to enhance and maintain the city's character and guide future developments that would be considered high occupancy housing. And on November 17, 2020, Council did adopt the high occupancy housing zoning code text amendment, which actually became effective March 1st, 2021. We have now passed that 3-year mark of the adoption of this code. I do want to go back and highlight what all high occupancy housing included. I think sometimes there is some misinformation or misunderstanding about all of the different types of high occupancy housing. There are really 5 definitions of high occupancy housing in the zoning code. They include single-family dwellings units with 7 or more bedrooms, or 5 or more sanitation facilities. When I say sanitation facilities, it's really a bathroom. It's really meant to be a full bathroom. Duplex or 2 dwelling units on a lot or parcel with more than a total of 7 bedrooms, or if any of the dwelling units contain 4 or more bathrooms. Multifamily developments with 3 dwelling units on a lot or more, so basically a triplex with a total of 9 bedrooms, or if any of the dwelling units contain 4 or more bathrooms. Then we have what are multifamily developments with 4 or more dwelling units. They have more than 20% of the total dwelling units have 4 bedrooms or more. 1 or more has 4 bathrooms, 4 or more bathrooms. The total number of dwelling units per acre or bedrooms per acre requires a conditional use permit. And if the property elects the transect zone, the density is greater than 29 dwelling units per acre or 72.5 bedrooms per acre. And lastly, you have mixed use high occupancy housing, which is essentially mixed use and the same definition as the 4 units or more. So everything here is the same as what I just went through. The zoning districts that permit high occupancy housing are quite broad. So the single family, the 2-unit duplexes, and triplex multifamily HOHD, high occupancy housing developments, are allowed in all of these zoning categories. However, high occupancy housing developments with 4 or more units must also be located within an activity center as depicted in the regional plan. The mixed use are primarily focused on all of the commercial zones. So mixed use is not generally a category you find in the residential zones, so you'll see the total number of zones here go down. The same is true for mixed use. It must be located within an activity center as depicted in the regional plan. The land use does not differentiate between buildings with 1, 2, or 3 dwellings the same way as above. I would note that if you are high occupancy housing, you're a single family, you're a duplex, or you're a triplex, you do not need to be in an activity center. So when we talk about uses that are required to be in the activity center, and most of the conversation today is really focusing on the high occupancy housing 4 or more, so basically apartment buildings, and high occupancy housing mixed use, which are some of the developments that you've seen around town that really started a lot of this conversation. So I would say, in general, this amendment is going to focus on those latter 2 rather than the first 3.
Councilmember Harris.
Sorry. So can you go back to the, I'm not sure what slide it is, but go back to the information about the activity center and what goes in there and what makes it a high occupancy. What does that look like?
Sure, and I'm going to get there on a slide
Okay.
coming up real quick. So here you go. Here are the activity centers. So I do want to add that in addition to the requirement of a conditional use permit for all high occupancy housing, if you're high occupancy housing, you get a conditional use permit. If you're the apartment or the mixed use, you also have to be located in an activity center. And here are the activity centers that are currently identified in our regional plan. I do want to call out that in addition to that conditional use permit requirement, the zoning code was amended to include bedrooms per acre requirements, because one of the things that we started to see happening in the city of Flagstaff is with the lower density standards that we have in some of our zoning categories, what we were starting to see is individual unit sizes increasing. So we started to see 4, 5, 6 bedroom units as being the predominant in response to trying to fill a housing need in Flagstaff. So we revised those density standards to not only be how many units there are per acre, but also how many bedrooms there are per acre. Additionally, we added the requirement for location within an activity center, as well as location and building size requirements dependent upon different activity centers or commercial corridors. What is important about this conversation is that city staff is currently working on an update of the regional plan that would have the potential to impact some of these existing zoning requirements. So this is one of the impetus for this conversation. There were sort of a number of different things converging all at once that makes this conversation important at this time. And one of those being the update to the regional plan. We're starting to see some preliminary looks at what the new land use maps are going to look like. As those are evolving, the activity centers are evolving. So instead of having very small circles on the map with the quarter-mile pedestrian shed, the activity centers are more thoughtfully laid out. They look at individual parcels. They're more detailed, so they aren't these circles. New parcels are being added into centers. Some parcels are being removed from centers. Approximately right now, it's over 1,300 parcels that fall out of an activity center. Now, that's not a guarantee. Regional plan needs to go through its process. It is really important, though, that as the regional plan committee goes through this process, that they have the ability and the flexibility to do what's right in terms of that land use map. And the zoning code right now is a little bit of an anchor. And that anchor is that so many of these requirements and allowances are 100% based on whether your property is in an activity center or not. So seeing those changes, this is where when the code relies on a planning document to set code standards, it can become problematic, especially as that planning document needs to be updated. And whether we make this code change now and look at making this code change now, if we don't do it now, we're looking at doing it after the adoption of the regional plan, no matter what, because we're probably going to see some significant changes in terms of what properties can apply for a conditional use permit or not. So potential sites are going to fall outside of the boundaries of the 3 types of activity centers. The proposed high occupancy housing land use is, so the other impetus for this conversation is that we have a local developer who has purchased a property who would like to do a project using the transect zone. You can see here the subject site is identified. This property has 2 zoning districts really right now. It is both high density residential. It's also in the T4N1 transect zone. The developer would like to use the T4N1 standards, which allows for an apartment building. I'll show you more of this development as we go through, but you can see this property falls outside of basically 3 activity centers, just by this much. It is on an arterial corridor, Butler Avenue. It is not far from other higher density projects. It is located on a transit corridor. If there were a place that you would want to see density in all good planning terms, and this is the location. You can see by just falling outside of these activity centers, a couple of the 2 that are outlined in blue are what are called historic activity centers. The one that is in red is a regional activity center. It's also urban. You know, part of what's happening in the regional plan is real simplification, because these activity centers have multiple layers on them. They can be neighborhood scale, they can be regional scale, they can also be urban, suburban, or rural. On top of that, they could be historic. So there's a lot of different categories and a lot of different things to balance, and part of the regional plan is trying to meet that out and simplify all of those overlying contexts. This site, the T4N1 zone does allow for apartment building. The building type, which is permitted on sites over 10,000 square feet. So let's talk a little bit more about what this site really consists of and what this project could look like. And the local developer that approached us, he was more than willing to share this information. He's just trying to engage in a meaningful conversation about what it is we want to see and what could happen if we're willing to make some small changes. So the site does right now consist of 2 parcels. In total, they're just over 1,300 square feet. The proposal would be 20 units. All of those units are studio and 1 bedroom. When you take that density based on the acreage, it is 64 units an acre, which definitely puts it into the category of high occupancy housing because it's over 29 units an acre. Its building square footage footprint is also 6,000 square feet. The building would be 3 stories above grade. There would be a below grade, below parking area, 20 parking spaces provided, so 1 parking space is essentially for each unit. So where does this project suffer? 1, it is out of the realm. It can't exist because it can't even apply for a conditional use permit. So the idea here is, do we want to expand and not limit where the possibility could be for these projects, and do they just need to be focused within those pedestrian sheds? So there are other provisions, though, that are based on regional plan classifications as well within this category that do become a little problematic, and we'll go through each of these. So the 2 projects, you know, the multifamily high occupancy housing and the mixed use high occupancy housing, need to be located inside the pedestrian shed of an activity center identified in the general plan. You got that. Also, inside of a pedestrian shed of a regional activity center if they exceed 50 dwelling units per acre. So that also, so let's go back to look at these activity centers. Those are only those activity centers in red. So of the areas that could go above 50 units per acre, it's even restricted even more.
Tiffany, I have a quick question. A pedestrian shed, is that calculated at a quarter of a mile to transit, a quarter of a mile or less to transit, or a quarter of a mile to commercial?
It's basically quarter mile of a centroid point that's usually an intersection. So an intersection is identified, and then it's a quarter mile out from that, being what we would consider a walkable distance. And the idea with activity centers is that, you know, they would be mixed-use areas, areas that would have higher concentration of residential uses and commercial uses. They would be mixed-use centers. The issue with activity centers is not all activity centers are ripe necessarily for development. We've certainly seen cases where we've had activity centers, but they don't have the necessary infrastructure to support the development that's proposed. They're a nice tool to look at in terms of where we want to see concentrated density, but they're not perfect in terms of identifying or even isolating the right spots even for high occupancy housing. And that's why the conditional use permit is there. So the one thing I want to constantly assure you through all of this is that with any amendment in terms of high occupancy housing, we will keep the guardrails on. We understand what the community concerns are. The goal here is to not dramatically change where we're at, but to give us the idea of that we could maybe consider projects we hadn't considered in the past.
So is a conditional use permit the only remedy for a desirable project that's outside of a pedestrian shed that meets all the requirements of being inside a pedestrian shed?
There is no recourse for a property, only to maybe ask for a regional plan amendment to have an activity center relocated. That likely is going to come down to being a major plan amendment. I mean, it does start, you know, one-off trying to move things around on the regional plan. It's pretty onerous. So really there is no recourse if you're not inside of an activity center to have high occupancy housing.
And part of your presentation, is that going to include a suggestion that we include some sort of mechanism?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So I would tell you that, you know, by all means, our current density standards, you know, the highest you can really achieve under the code is 29 dwelling units an acre. And I know that sounds like a lot, but in reality, it's very small. And it's part of the pressures in which we struggle with, right? So we're already starting to see legislation come about that's going to start forcing our hands on zoning code amendments and incorporating density. You'll be seeing me really soon with some more amendments. You know, when I speak with other communities and what their density levels are, people are often shocked when I say, yep, 29 units is it. They're really low. So density looks different ways in different locations. Density can feel different based on even the intensity of that use, right? And what are the things that change the intensity, the number of bedrooms in a dwelling unit? So 5 studio apartments is obviously not the same thing as 5 5-bedroom units. They have a different intensity. They have a different impact on the surrounding neighborhood. So I think there are some small tweaks that we can make where we can still prioritize the development we want to see, and add in a little bit more flexibility, but still try to address a lot of the community concerns. What I would point out to you is, for example, a fourplex on a 5,000 square foot lot is 35 units an acre, where 12 units on a 10,000 square foot lot is you know, upwards of 60 units an acre. So it's, again, density feels different and it looks different, and depending upon all of those parameters. Additionally, high occupancy development when it happens in a commercial zone. And in those cases, you're pretty much looking at mixed use. We have some standards that we really don't want it on commercial corridors. We want it set back. We want commercial up front. We want the residential portion in the back. We relied on commercial corridors in the general plan rather than relying on commercial corridors that are in our engineering standards. It's better for all of us when we reflect code to code rather than code to plan, because again, these corridors could likely change, but they are really based out of our engineering standards to begin with. So that's where we just probably are generally going to suggest going back to. The other classifications are about building footprint. So a lot of these buildings are fairly large. They've got really big footprint, big massing, and that's been a community concern, especially in older neighborhoods, historic neighborhoods, when you've got single-family homes now intermixed with all different levels of densities and intensities. So one of the issues here, specifically in regards to this project we were just looking at, is if I had to place that property in an activity center, I would likely place it in the historic activity center rather than in the regional. I mean, that would be my guess if I had to put it one place. Mostly because what's there was they were older dwellings. They had to be assessed for historic preservation. It definitely falls within the context of that historic neighborhood. So in this situation, they would be held to 5,000 square foot footprint. It's important to note that the way we define footprint was as unlenient as possible. So if you build a building and it has an internal courtyard, that counts against your total footprint. So we didn't just do footprint of the building, we did the whole perimeter and surrounds. Additionally, if you were to add areas for storage for your tenants or bike parking or any of those things, that could also likely count against you in this footprint. What's interesting about this footprint, and I'm not arguing that, I mean, if you had a large site, you could build multiple buildings with 5,000 square foot footprints according to these code provisions. But when you're on a 13,000 square foot site, you're very unlikely to build multiple buildings. And the more separate buildings you have to build, the more expensive the project gets. So there's obviously a sweet spot in terms of being compatible and being too large for these historic areas. What I think the approach we're looking for is maybe to soften these standards to a degree to create preferences, right? The preference in these areas is that we're not exceeding 5,000 square feet. But if the developer can come in and make a substantial case as part of their conditional use permit as to the why and how their building is still compatible in this neighborhood, and the commission deems it to be compatible, then it's something that still could be approvable. So we don't have to set that hard limit, right? It's like missing out on the good for the perfect. I will tell you that since the adoption of the high occupancy housing standards, the only conditional use permits we have processed to date have been single family. We've not had one multifamily project or one mixed use project come in. So we've essentially sort of collapsed that market. And part of that is we went on the tighter end of the spectrum in terms of the code, and it's understandable how we got there, and maybe a slight reconsideration of creating some parameters and preferences, and I'll give you some examples. But I mean, overall, these standards are great. They're reflective of our high occupancy housing standard. I think we can stay with these intent and stay within these parameters, but give greater predictability to an applicant. They can understand what the community is really looking for, and then they can choose whether or not they want to go forward and make that argument to the Planning and Zoning Commission about how they meet the findings and the community needs, right? Because on top of it, we have other priorities, including carbon neutrality, including housing affordability, and so all of those things are in competition with one another. I will say that since this code has been adopted, there's been one modification to this code already, and that was the exemption of projects that are 100% affordable at 60% AMI. But 60% AMI, I mean, if you had a project that came in and they were at 70% AMI and they were still 100% affordable, what do we want to do there, right? So when we set these hard limits on ourselves, we make it sort of difficult. We either go in and do sort of an emergency code amendment, which we did in that particular instance because we didn't want to miss out on that project. The more tighter restrictive we get, the likelihood we're going to miss the thing that comes down the road that we really did want that we didn't expect. So here's an example of code provisions currently. These are in regards to our wireless communication facilities. I've actually always loved this section of code. The county's code matches the city's code in this regard, so I've actually used it probably for the last 2 decades. It is super predictable. It identifies what are preferred sites. It also identifies what we consider to be neutral and then what we consider to be disfavored. That gives a high level of predictability to any developer walking in. They know exactly what's going to be much harder to place over what's going to be a better location, and that allows them to do much better research on the upfront. It also gives staff something to actually merit a conditional use permit off of. There are findings on a conditional use permit, but most of those findings are about simply just meeting code. So when we go to this level and we write very strategic code about what the community is preferring over what the community doesn't prefer, 1, it doesn't set super hard limits, and 2, it creates that really predictable environment, which is what ultimately everybody's truly looking for. Lastly, there was a change as part of the high occupancy housing standards that apply to all residential development in the city of Flagstaff. It is not exclusive or specific to high occupancy housing. I want to include this for you because if we're going to change things based on changing designations within the regional plan, it's important that we look at this. Since the adoption of the code in 2011, we have, and even previous to that, we have always had different density allowances, number of units per acre, based on whether or not the property was located in the resource protection overlay. If you look at a map of the resource protection overlay, at the time that was done in 1990, that's pretty much, it was everything that was vacant. So it's actually a pretty significant portion of the city of Flagstaff. We lowered the density allowances for those properties. So if you are in, say you're in the high density residential zone, but you're in the resource protection overlay, you are only allowed 22 units per acre. But if you're in the high density residential zone and you're outside of the resource protection overlay, which is going to be older neighborhoods, not the newer neighborhoods, you can go up to 29 units per acre. There's a whole lot to say about that. We push higher densities on more mature neighborhoods, and we limit densities in newer neighborhoods. And that's problematic for a lot of reasons. When we went in and added bedroom density standards, we sort of mimicked that same process. We said if you're in the high density residential zone, your maximum bedroom is 72.5 bedrooms per acre. That really kind of boils down to 2.5 bedrooms per unit. So you can average that out over your project, but no more than 72.5. However, if you were in the resource protection overlay, we lowered that to 55. Here's where the trick comes, and here's where the little problem is that if you are, we went back in and said, if you're in an activity center, we'll give you back that, even if you're in the resource protection overlay, we'll give you the higher density. So we added in this extra category so you can see maximum without the resource protection overlay, maximum within the resource protection overlay, but also in the pedestrian shed of an activity center, and then maximum with the RPO outside of an activity center. What we didn't do evenly is fix that for bedrooms. So if you're in an if you're in an activity center, you're in the resource protection overlay, you can have the 29 units per acre instead of the 22, but you're still limited to 55 bedrooms per acre. You can't get to the 72.5. So you can't even average the 2.5 bedrooms per unit. I discovered this recently when I was requested to do a zoning verification letter for the 2 of the apartment complexes at Village at Aspen Place. I was specifically asked to calculate if they now qualify as high occupancy housing. Village at Aspen Place is in an urban activity center. It also happens to be located in a resource protection overlay. I can tell you this site was completely free and clear of resources. It never had a tree on it. So when those apartment complexes came in for development, they were right off the bat limited at 22 units per acre, which, by the way, both of them are at, they're actually under. One of the projects, though, exceeds its bedroom density, is 56 bedrooms per acre. So that now makes it high occupancy housing. It should have been given the 72.5 because it's in an activity center, but it wasn't. What we would like to do is separate this idea of whether, and again, 1,300 parcels are going to fall out of activity centers. I can only imagine the conversation that what will come out of this. What I would love to tell you is that there are lots of properties in the resource protection overlay that did not have any resources on them. But no matter what, we're limited in density. Limiting density within the resource protection overlay is really irrelevant. The development standards, the resource protection overlay standards, they are what will ultimately work with the development or the density for that developer. So we'd like to propose an amendment to this as well if we're going to dig in and really separate the code from the regional plan designations. So I do want to throw this in here. It is a little bit sort of sideline, but when I went in and did the assessment of where we've tied things to the regional plan, it just seems pretty important to do it cohesively. So, and that really is the gist of what's going on here and where we want to go in terms of maybe building preferences, building in a bit more flexibility. And again, the good thing about a conditional use permit is grade guardrail. In many respects, especially if we build it in code, what it is we're looking for. It's when we don't build it in code and we want to treat them differently, because I know we've had other conversations about CUPs in the past. And lastly, just, this is a community conversation. We don't want to move this forward without people being engaged in the process and having the hard conversations. But I think we can do something pretty positive and start to allow some more of the projects that we're hoping to see in our community. And with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Thank you, Tiffany. First, we have Councilmember House and then Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Tiffany, for the presentation. I am generally excited and in favor of what you're proposing here, and I wanted to thank you for pointing out the unique challenges of historic zoning regulation when it comes to the question of equity in communities and some of the barriers to equity that they have created in the past that we have the opportunity to rectify going into the future. My only question at this point was, you had referenced the desire to soften standards to more preferences, and we're talking about the Planning and Zoning Committee then making determinations of compatibility. Are there objective determinations for compatibility, or would that be more of a subjective choice of the committee?
Thank you. There are some very specific standards in our code. They're fluffier than other places in the code. They are a bit more subjective. But the goal here is to not rely on the compatibility standards found in our site planning design standard, but to create our own off of these code parameters and try to stay within the parameters that the community has already identified. So instead of saying you can't exceed 5,000 square feet, stating that the preference is that the buildings are within the 5,000 square foot range, 5,000 square feet in these historic areas, basing it off of already existing historic districts. For example, referring to other sections of code where we can, but we can build those preferences of what it is we want to see. Higher preferences for 3-story buildings as opposed to the 5-story buildings when you're in these historic core neighborhoods, right? So we can say the hard things, we can write those preferences, and a developer can see those and see how we're going to rank those projects. We'll try to be more specific, less subjective.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Tiffany, for a lot of work. It's too bad that this code is so complicated, but sometimes that's what you have to do to produce the effects that you want. I was on council when we passed the HOH amendments, and my recollection is pretty clear that what we were really trying to prevent is what was happening, and it was that people would build like a apartment with 8 or 10 bedrooms, and each one had its own bathroom, and there'd be like one kitchen and one living room. Basically, it's like a fraternity house or a sorority house, and they were kind of like invading neighborhoods. So the project that you put on the screen a few minutes ago on Butler, which is what, I think 1 or 2 blocks east of San Francisco, it's not anything like what we were trying to prevent. This is 1 and 2, well, studios and 1 bedrooms, and I presume probably only 1 bathroom per unit. And that's a completely different thing than what we were trying to do to prevent these kind of what were student housing things. This would be a project for people to live in. It'd be, it's small, so it's going to naturally be more affordable. So it makes a lot of sense to me. The other thing that must be frustrating to the developer is that when you showed the map of the circles, what's the phrase again? I'm sorry.
Activity centers?
Activity centers. Yeah, well, go to the other one that you just flipped by. Yes. It actually looks like one corner of the proposed property is within like 2 feet of the circle. So, I support some flexibility being put into the code for projects like this project, which I think would be compatible with the neighborhood. I've looked at the site. It kind of makes sense to me, so I am supportive. Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Tiffany, I'm glad that you're so passionate about code. This is all a lot of technicalities and stuff. And thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, because there's so many times that we have unintended consequences by trying to prevent something. We end up losing out on other things. So I'm supportive of these, moving forward on making changes. I was thinking of my house that's a modest house, but it has 3 bathrooms. And I thought, man, if I had just a little bigger house, nothing extravagant, I could start pushing the envelope on the number of bathrooms, which can also create problems. I did have a question about the resource protection overlay. There was some discussion a couple weeks ago regarding fire hazards and, again, restricting our ability for multifamily and housing development and stuff. Is that something, the resource protection overlay, is that something also that you're going to be looking at, or you're going to talk to us after the break about, or?
It might not come to you that fast, but yes, and we're already starting to have those conversations. We recently went out with we did tours with the regional plan committee members to talk about what this would look like. That's also another sensitive issue, and I think we're making a lot of headway in understanding and some of where the complexities are, even how we've regulated or how we've allowed for thinning, right? So when we do forest resources, we always want a property thinned appropriately before we move forward. So there's lots of things to work out in the resource protection overlay. I secretly work on drafting code I do, so, when the time is, it's wrong, right? When the time is ready, I think we'll be there. I think we'll see a lot more of what's coming out of the regional plan, and that'll give us a lot better basis. By no means is it removing the resource protection overlay, but it's recalibrating and looking at our standards. And there's some issues in it as well, some things that have gotten restricted, and some problems that we're seeing, just even in terms of what we preserve as resources and then what we require as landscaping on top of it, and what that looks like in different communities. And I know firsthand what it costs to have a tree removed when you need to have it removed, and sometimes we're leaving homeowners with some pretty expensive problems. So something we definitely need to focus on. Fire is ever present on our mind, and the fire department, I think, bugs me weekly, daily, weekly, something along those lines.
Councilmember Sweet and then Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, and thank you, Tiffany, for the presentation. To me, this makes sense to look at it now while we're working on the regional plan. I am supportive. I like that you're talking about keeping guardrails in place and going out into the community and having a conversation. So thank you again for all your work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
So I haven't made it a secret about how I feel about some of this stuff. And I can be supportive as long as we're making a very conscious effort not to further harm those communities that have already been harmed. And so I don't know what that looks like, and I don't know how we do that because I don't have the expertise that you have. So as a council member, I have to trust that you're going to do the right thing. Because, you could continue talking to me and then start confusing me about zoning. And then I'd have to go back and try and unconfuse myself. And the same would be with the regional plan, because my concern with the regional plan is that whose voices are on that regional plan and who's making those decisions. So somehow we have to try and figure that out and still get what we want. And I don't think that that's impossible. I don't know what that answer is right now, but I'm sure that you're a lot smarter about that kind of stuff than I am. And you wake up in the middle of the night trying to figure this stuff out. I don't. So, like I said, I can be on board as long as we can be assured, and I say the big we, because we're going to be all gone at some point in time, probably from this dais, and that code's going to still be there. And so we have to ensure that it's not going to do harm. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Vice Mayor, did you want?
Yeah, sure. Just real quickly, thank you for doing this. I can imagine your house and your bedroom just covered with little scribbles all over the walls. Couple thoughts. I'm all for more density in Flagstaff, and that's throughout Flagstaff. I think we really need to take a look at that. I think it's the solution to the problem we have, which is not enough housing and not enough housing in the continuum. So that's great. I do have sensitivities about resource overlay concerns, and mostly those are just sort of reactions to what I know is going to come out of the community. So that's a conversation that needs to happen the right way and it needs to take its time. One thing I'm particularly concerned about is that that conversation is bent around certain assumptions that insurance costs will go down if we have less resources near our houses. I think that's an assumption. I think we need to confirm whether or not that's true before we get into a back and forth on how many trees to take out of our various plots that we're talking about. So those are just some thoughts moving forward. Very supportive. Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, for reminding us why we opened this hood and started tinkering with the mechanics in the first place. It's always important to realize that you could have unintended consequences and you fix one thing and you bust a gasket somewhere else. Just having this roll out smoothly and over time and with a lot of thought and with a lot of community engagement, but previous to that, a lot of community input, but the community engagement that needs to come along to support that.
I am generally supportive. I echo what my colleagues have said. I think anything that we can do to be flexible but still getting the end result that we want is a good thing. And I look forward to what you come back to us with. And it's really cute that you are so into the code. It's great.
All right.
Do you need anything more specific from us, or, okay.
I think I got pretty good direction.
Okay.
Actually. Thanks.
Well, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Down to item number 11, open call to the public. I do not have any cards. There's nothing online. So we'll move to informational items to from Mayor, Council, and City Manager. Future agenda item requests. Let's start with Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing tonight.
Councilmember Harris?
I was at the Workforce Summit yesterday for the whole day, and it was an amazing opportunity to learn a whole lot about workforce. And we talked about housing, and we talked about childcare, and a whole bunch of other topics. And unfortunately, because we had council today, I couldn't go back for the second day. But it was really very eye-opening. Juneteenth celebration is at the Murdoch Center on Saturday, and you're all invited to come out. And I think that's it for me.
Thank you for going to the summit. Vice Mayor, nothing. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go to the Juneteenth party. That sounds like a lot of fun to me. Earlier tonight, we had some people talk to us about Kit Carson Mobile Home Park and what's happening there. I'm just wondering if maybe someone at the city could kind of facilitate some conversations between who owns Kit Carson and the people that live there. And there may be some legal issues, you know. If somebody has a contract for a certain amount of time and they want them to move out before that, I don't know. I won't get into details. But I just wonder if the city might want to help facilitate some conversations. And I know that we really can't solve the issues, but maybe we can just help people get together and talk to each other. Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet?
Thank you. A lot going on, and thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, for bringing that up. Friday, I did attend the Habitat ribbon cutting out at Timber Sky, and I'm very proud to see that this project is moving forward. It's going to be huge for our community. Saturday, the mayor and I attended the Mobile Haven potluck, and I want to give a special shout out to Sergeant Coons, Lieutenant Hernandez, Rebecca Sayers from Pros, and the mayor for attending. The community out there really appreciated that we were there. And let's see, I attended the Museum of Northern Arizona party on the plateau with the mayor, and that was great. And I think Councilmember Matthews was there. Monday was the BPAC meeting, and we're looking at projects for the next year, and there's a lot of amazing things on the docket. And I will be attending the Juneteenth celebration. I'll be in the Pride Parade, and I will be rocking it at the Name That Tune event Saturday night. Flagstaff Shelter Services is the organization putting that on. It'll be fun.
Councilmember House?
Let's see, I wanted to just reference, I know City Manager gave a nod to it in his report, but Councilmember Matthews and I had the opportunity to participate in both the Bravo Fire briefing last week and take a tour of the incident management site. I forget what the official name for it was, but I'm very grateful to the fire department and the wildland team for extending that invitation and letting us go out and see on the ground how they were managing that situation. And it was very impressive, particularly hearing from some of the hotshot crew that was out there and just hearing their stories. Also wanted to give kudos to Councilmember Matthews. I did this on the day, but I told her as we were climbing up a hill that she asked phenomenal questions, and I really meant it. Just amazing things that, you know, I was kind of thinking through, but couldn't figure out, like, what's the question here? And before I could even formulate it, she was asking it. So very, very impressive. Also got to attend the Habitat groundbreaking. That was amazing to see and very exciting for that opportunity coming to our community. Just to reiterate, I will not be here next week. I am at a conference in Philadelphia on housing. I'll be giving a presentation during that conference on Thursday, but I'm not sure where I'll be on Tuesday evening. So if I can call in, I will try, but count on me probably not being here.
Thank you. I have been having additional conversations about insurance coverage and people's concerns about losing it or it going up. And when we met with the governor's staff, one of the things that we asked was that the governor get involved in kind of probing the insurance industry about where we're likely headed in terms of insurance. And I just want to kind of give another push to that because I'm hearing from more and more people that it is an issue. And so I'd like to, maybe we gather insurance agents in Flagstaff together to ask them. Maybe we get some executives from some of the bigger insurance companies to come and see the forest health work that we've done. I don't know what would be helpful. So I just say it out loud, and I know that staff will do something. I attended a webinar called People Over Parking, and if anyone is interested, I can look and see whether it was recorded and whether you can access it, but it was all about parking minimums. I had a great meeting with the Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff. We meet pretty regularly. I too was at the Habitat Starter Homes event, and that was really exciting. And Councilmember Sweet is very humble about the Mobile Haven neighborhood, but it really was her who reacted to the neighbors reaching out about a problem in that neighborhood and getting staff together to meet with us all out there more than a year ago, I think. And so this potluck it was just really great to see their organization now, everything that the neighborhood has done because of some problems in the neighborhood. And I just want to thank her because she never says that out loud, that she did that. Yesterday, this was kind of a last-minute thing, but yesterday, Congressman Stanton had a press conference in Phoenix, and several mayors from around mostly the Phoenix area, as well as Coconino County, and of course Flagstaff. We were there to sign agreements with the Army Corps of Engineers, and he held a press conference to talk about the different projects that all of the cities are doing around water. And this is a program that the congressman created in Arizona, or created along with Senator Kelly. It's the 595 program, and the city's receiving $1.5 million for some work on the Killip Inlet Basin, water retention basin. And staff was there as well. Christine Cameron was there, Ed Schenk was there, Stacy BK was there, and I didn't realize that it was a press conference until 6 a.m. yesterday morning when Bob Holmes texted me about that. So it was great. It was a great event, and it was just so, every time I see the results of staff's work, it never ceases to amaze me how much is going on and how hard they work to get outside dollars to complete projects that we need to have done in Flagstaff. So, thank you. City Manager, do you have anything?
Can't top that. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, then we are adjourned.